Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know in the comments what you guys are getting up to today. Are you joining me for a productive sprinting session? Are you going to be reading today? I do have an Andy with me. I don't know if you guys can see him, but I'm not going to move much while he's laying on my arm. But I am excited about today. I have It's been a long time in the making. Oh, can you guys not hear me? Is my mic not working? Let me know. Let me know if my audio is working. I want to make sure we're just very quiet. Oh. How about now? Is this better? Let me know if this is better because I think I had it set for my podcast setup instead of my sprints. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so long time in the making. We have the Liar's Knot. Last year, for those of you who are new to my channel, last year I did a series recap for The Mask of Mirrors, which is the first book in the Rook and the Rose series. And I have not continued with my reread of the series yet and my in-depth deep dive on themes and things. Oh no, I'm sorry, Tennille. And Anne, you said you turned your sound up as well. I hope I didn't I hope I didn't blow your speakers up. So yeah, I need to remember that whenever I record for the podcast, I turn my microphone down because it doesn't need to be super high for whenever I'm going to be editing the audio anyway and like normalizing the audio. So sorry about that. But yes, I'm going to be continuing my reread of the Rook and the Rose series with Liar's Knot, and I'll be annotating. I actually have my it's really hard only to be able to use one arm. So I have my edition of Mask of Mirrors, which still has all my annotations and everything in it from when I reread this. And I do plan on rewatching that recap video just so I can kind of get in the mindset of what I was focusing on. I have like the definitions, I suppose, of the tabs that I was using, the types of themes that I was looking for. And so I'm going to try and look for the same themes, but also catch some new themes in The Liar's Knot. So I'm going to start that process today. I am going to be immersively reading it because I did actually get access to the audio. The first time reading the series, my library didn't have the audio. And I don't even know, maybe the audio didn't exist. But now they do. And so I've been immersively reading within my reread, and it's been very fun. So I'm going to be doing that. And then I also, if I end up getting up and around this first sprint, I'm just going to be reading. So I'm just going to be chilling out with you guys. But for the second and third sprint, I might do some housekeeping around. And if I do that, I will be switching over to this book called The Songs of Legends Lost. I don't have a physical copy of this one, but it's one that I'm really excited about. I've already started it. So I'm about 10% of the way in. And definitely it's a different, how do I want to word it? So it's compared to Rage of Dragons a lot. And I can see like the connections there, but I am curious. We have two main characters that we're following, a society where the like noble class can what's called invoke the ancestors, and the ancestors sorry, you guys quite see a ball of fluff walk by. The ancestors can actually fight battles for the people who live within this civilization. And so it's been very interesting because you're following a person who is part of the noble class, and then you're also following a girl who is very much not. And she has something happen to her at the very beginning of the book, and somebody is talking to her, and it's definitely not normal for her. So anyway, those are the two books of choice. But yeah, let's see what you guys are going to get up to. I know I'm behind on comments. I had a whole bunch of people join. So hello to everyone. I am so happy that you guys are here. We have Mary and Danny and Louisina. Cinnamon is here. While Andy climbs on me. Anne is here. Hello. And then Tennille is here. Julie is here. Hello, guys. Nadim is here. And okay, so Tennille says, reading City of Stairs and Winter's Orbit this week. Now I need to figure out what I'm in the mood for. Okay, so you already read them. You finished City of Stairs and Winter's Orbit? That's exciting. Winter's Orbit, I know that title. Is that in the, is it Polaris Rises? Is that what it is? Or am I thinking of a different sci-fi? Apparently not. Apparently it's just the Winter's Orbit series. I recognize the cover though. I hope you enjoyed both. I loved City of Stairs. So I hope you enjoyed it as well. I've taste tested and put down 5 books this month. Oh no, because the mood has been very picky. Well, hopefully you find one that you are absolutely excited to read. I'll likely read all 5 later. Now it's just not the time. Yeah, you got to make sure that you're, especially because you're a mood reader. So if your mood's not hitting for a specific book, it's probably best for you and the book for you not to pick it up because it might just be not the right time. So since you've read a fantasy mystery and a sci-fi, what type of sci-fi is this? It's just regular sci-fi, a sci-fi romance. So are you feeling in the mood for something completely different? Or are you wanting, okay, you said it's a very political sci-fi romance. Easy on the romance, so it worked for you. I was going to ask that question too. So are you wanting something completely different or are you wanting to dive back into one of those genres? Nadim is reading The Great Alone by Kristen Hanna. I think weren't you reading The Nightingale? By Kristen Hanna a couple weeks ago. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought you were reading another book by that same author. I hope you're enjoying it. Lucina, I'm going to start reading Emily Wilde. I'm scared. I hope that you love it, but if you don't, it's okay. And it's okay for you to put it down and do something else if it's not for you. I love it, but I know that we always don't agree on books, so it's okay if you don't enjoy it. Are you reading it with someone, or are you just picking it up to pick it up? Anne says, Songs of Legends Lost is wonderful. Lots of surprises. Oh my goodness. That's good to hear. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it, so I am excited to get to it because I'm pretty sure it's a debut author as well. So very exciting. Andy says hello. Let me see if he'll let me pick him up. So hello. He's very much in cuddle mode today. He wants to be on my lap. He's been following me around the house all morning. Julie's going to rotate between a few things. I have once again started a bunch of books. Hey, the life of a booktuber, the life of a reader. I hope that you're at least enjoying all of them. I have just finished 2. I finished 2 books yesterday. So today is kind of my, and of course I've been reading a Song of Legends Lost for a couple of days, just on and off. But I did finish 2 books yesterday. And so I was like, I had like the itch. I need to pick up another book. And I'm trying to prevent myself from picking up more than one. So I'm going to pick up a chunky read and hopefully I can dive into The Liar's Knot. What are you thinking of Songs of Legends Lost? My library didn't have it, and I'm interested so far. Oh, and you found it for $10. Amazing. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not very far in. Like I said, I'm only 10% of the way in, and it is pretty chunky. I really like the 2 main characters that we're following, and I like the different perspectives. One of them I'm very curious about. Temmie is I think she's supposed to be like the main character. And at the very beginning of the book, she is looking out at a shipwreck, essentially, that has some of her family members, people who she considers family on it. And she runs across to this person who supposedly curses her. And this happens like in the first chapter. But when that happens, she has this voice that starts talking to her and she can't figure out what it is. And so that's very intriguing to me. And then the other character that we're following, Janelle, I think is his name. He's part of the noble family and he should be able to invoke the ancestors, and he, for some reason, is not able to. And so they're both very interesting perspectives. We have someone, I know just from the synopsis that Timmy, the thing that is talking to her is some type of powerful entity. I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to read, past what I want to on the synopsis. And then, of course, Janelle is supposed to be able to invoke the ancestors and can't. And so I just think, I think it's interesting so far. I also really like the audiobook, if that is intriguing. But yeah, I would, right now, I would say I recommend, but I haven't gotten much farther than the beginning. Cinnamon finished The Book That Broke the World last night and loved it so much. Oh my goodness, I love that book. I still think my favorite is The Book That Wouldn't Burn, but I really enjoyed that whole series. It's one of my favorite series. It's amazing. Are you planning on finishing the series this year, or are you going to wait a little bit and give it maybe well, I guess you could wait a few months and still finish it this year, but I hope you continue. And since you loved the second one, you probably will. Started on King Sorrow last night, and am on chapter 30. Oh my goodness, you got a ways. I don't know if those are short chapters. King Sorrow is the one on my list. You'll have to let me know what you think of it at the end. Kathy is here. Hello, good morning. Finished Project Hail Mary today. Lovely. And that was for the, I don't know if you were doing it for the Winter Wander scavenger hunt, but I know a lot of people said that Project Hail Mary worked for the Barren Landscaped prompt. So if you are, perfect. And if not, I hope you enjoyed it. I've heard so many good things about Project Hail Mary. Tennille loved City of Stairs so much. I know it's a hot take, and I love both of them. But I personally liked the Divine Cities series better than The Tainted Cup and A Drop of Corruption. I know that's such a hot take. Most people enjoy the Shadow of Leviathan series better, but I really loved the Divine Cities series. I think that it's great. I think City of Stairs is my least favorite in the series. Even though I loved it, I really, really liked City of Blades and City of Miracles. Both of them got 5 stars for me. So I hope you continue to enjoy. Danny's a mood reader. I'll stop and start series all the time due to it. Yeah. You gotta do what's best for you, like what you're feeling. You don't want to push yourself to read something you're not enjoying either. That's like my mantra this year. I am doing that. The 120. I am only allowing myself to read 120 books, and it's not that serious. If I get to the end of the year and I am a little bit over, I'm not going to be super mad at myself, but I am really trying. And so far, I'm behind on like if I was to make 120 my goal. Right now, I am averaging around 8 books a month, which definitely does not make 120 by the end of the year. So I'm saving up a few books here and there that maybe, 1 month I'll read way more. And I know that February is a short month, but I'm definitely in the mood to DNF, soft DNF or regular DNF, if I'm not feeling a book at the time that I'm reading it. Okay, Lucina's buddy reading Emily Wilde's with Julie. Yay! Been planning since last year. Well, I hope you love it. I think it's amazing, but I totally get it if you don't enjoy it. Oh my goodness, and the sequel of Song of Legends Lost is coming out soon. I didn't know. Amazing. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. I haven't heard very many people talk about it, so I'm really excited that you've read it and you enjoyed it. I think Bethany said that she read it last year and really enjoyed it as well, because I think it came out in, is it a 2024 release? It's pretty new. Tennille might start The Soprano Sorceress or The Sheep Farmer's Daughter, both high fantasy, and got the first 4 Murderbot audios from Hoopla. I love Murderbot. I want to reread before continuing. Okay, so you are on book 5 then? That's not Network Effect, is it? Let me see. I mean, I know you said you're going to reread them, but I want to see what book you got to. I think my favorite in the series so far has either been Artificial Condition or what was the last book? System Collapse, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, book 5 is Network Effect, which is the novel or the novel length. I think that was my least favorite book personally. I mean, I liked them all. All of them got 4 stars or higher for me. I'm really excited though about Platform Decay coming out this year. I think it's going to be good. Louisina, I definitely needed a push to get to it. Well, I hope you and Julie both love it. Buddy reading is the push Julie needed too, apparently. So you guys are helping each other. Nadim, okay, I was right. Finished a few months ago, the Nightingale by Kristen Hanna. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you've enjoyed that author so much that you've continued to go back. I've heard great things. Definitely not an author for me, because I know that they do a lot of historical works, but I do hear very great things about their books. Oh, and you got a special edition of Song of Legends Lost from Illumicrate. I think it was Illumicrate. They still have copies. Oh, goodness. Don't tempt me. I don't need that. I mean, I want it, but I don't need it. I'll definitely finish reading it before I decide, but I am enjoying the story so far. And it is, and it's a, I don't want to say it's a unique story as far as like what I've read so far, because I've definitely seen some of the tropes that are being used, but I like the writing style, and it feels fresh, I suppose, is what I'll say. Cinnamon's definitely going to finish the book that held her heart, which is the last book in the series, waiting on my library hold. Yeah. I know sometimes those books can take forever to get to. Oh, and I love the audiobooks of that series. They're great. Finishing Inkblood Sister Scribe today. Oh, you're having 5-star feelings. That's amazing. I hope it sticks. I've been having some bad luck with recent reads. Oh, all my fingers crossed. I'm wishing you luck. You can do it. I read that book. I did enjoy it. It wasn't a 5-star for me, but I hope it's a 5-star for you. Amazing. I hope it blows you out of the water. I hope the end is just absolutely fantastic. Only finished 1 book so far this month. Hey, no worries. Don't know what's happening. I do know work is happening. Hey, it happens. We have those moments in life where you have to do the adulting things, and you can't do the things that you want to do. Hopefully it will pass and you'll have some free time soon. Haven't been able to read, okay, this is for Murderbot, book 5 yet. It's been a while since I read the first 4. Yeah, I do think it would be helpful, because I think that might have been one of my problems with the 5th book is I read them so spaced out that I think the 5th book, because of the fact that it's a novel and it can really dive back into some of the things that were covered early on in the story, that I had lost some of that context. So I do think that it's smart. And they're great, so why not reread them? Rachel really enjoyed the Soprano Sorceress series. I loved the Imager series as well. I read the first 4, and the rest are on your list. I'm going to have to look this up. The Sorceress, or the Soprano Sorceress. I mean, I like high fantasy, so let's see. I'm typing with one hand because Andy has decided that I'm a pillow. You guys ever feel like whenever you type with one hand that you don't know how to spell things because you don't have both hands to type with? That's how I feel. Okay, it was written in the 90s, 97. The world of Yrd is governed by the power of music and song. When Anne, a singer and a musical instructor at Iowa State University, is drawn into Yrd, she becomes a sorceress, potentially their strongest. Her power soon makes her a target for the ruthless political factions. Well, I'm adding this to my list. I have been diving into some older fantasy this year. Not too much, but just to kind of get my feet wet. I definitely, I think my niche, if I have one, is definitely more modern. But it is interesting to see the references and like influence of modern fantasy, where people got certain things. I recently read Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey, and it's interesting to see. Sorry, my dog just My dog just came in here. It is interesting to see like where all of the references come from. Sorry, my brain stopped working for a minute. Only if for a page. Remind me, it's Daniela, right? Is that right? Am I making stuff up? Hello, welcome. Did I miss this comment? No. Okay. Just filmed a video, and we'll jump into editing. Lovely. I did some editing last night, so I'm hoping I don't have to do any today. Danny, don't worry. I read 20 in January and 1 book this month so far. So my focus is all over. Hey, that, it happens. We just have to go with the flow. I might reread Murderbot again to refresh myself. I'll read all of the novellas first and then the 2 novels together. I think publication order seems off. Interesting, Anne. There are 2 novels? Am I missing one? I thought there was only 1 novel length, which was the 5th book, Network Effect. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing a book. I thought I'd read all of them so far. I definitely want to reread prior to Platinum Decay coming out because I think it's going to be great. I'm excited about it. Tennille, I've been taste testing some older fantasy to see what I've missed out on, and some worked, some didn't. Yeah, I think that I feel as though there are some that just handle some topics that I just really don't want to read, especially from the early 90s or early 2000s. But I was actually pleasantly surprised with Dragonflight. It wasn't like a favorite of mine by any means, but I do think that it was an interesting, it's very interesting to see things that I know people have taken from. Read Dragonflight many years ago, wasn't super keen on it, but may try it again because I was a teen when I tried it. Yeah, I think that actually I have a vlog coming out that will tell you kind of all of my thoughts on that book while I was reading it, but yes, it is The Dragon Riders of Pern, and so it's, I think that the reason I wasn't like super pumped with it was because it's not very character focused. I think it focuses a lot on the world. And so while I thought the world was interesting, some of the way the women are treated in the book isn't excellent. But I did really like the world. I liked the dragons. It was interesting. So like not a favorite of mine by any means, but definitely an interesting read. Okay, Danielle, I'm glad I got your name right. I was sitting there, I was like, I know that we talked last week or the last time I sprinted, but I was like, is that right? Well, hello. Cinnamon, highly recommend the Coldfire trilogy by C.S. Freeman. It's sci-fi fantasy, but I feel like it's timeless. Modern readers, I feel like will still love it. I'll have to look that up in the sprint. The Coldfire trilogy. I'll look it up. Tennille, a lot of 90s fantasy is really slow, not everyone's cup of tea. Dragonflight is from, I think it was written in the 60s, 68, I think. I said in the video when I was reading it, I was like, this is a 90s read. And then I went and looked and I was like, nope, it was written in the 60s. Rachel, just me over here having an existential crisis now that the fantasy of my youth is too old to be your niche. I'm only in my late 30s. I'm still young. Hey, I'm in my late 30s too. I just think like, I'm not saying modern fantasy is in like, stuff that's written in the 90s and the 2000s is classic. I'm not saying that by any means. I just feel like there's a lot of themes that happened in the 90s and the 2000s that I don't like reading anymore. And so it's definitely from my youth as well. I'm right there with you, Rachel. Cinnamon, C.S. Freeman writes amazing female characters, and she's female, so it makes sense. Interesting. I'll definitely have to check it out because I am also focusing more on women authors within fantasy. I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be a good focus for me this year. So excited about that. Hello. I can't read. Is it Alita? Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. Alita. I hope that you're doing well this morning. Welcome. Rachel, 100% female rep in the 90s was questionable. That's my main problem with it. Check out J.V. Jones as well. You guys are giving me great recs. I have Friedman's Black Sun Rising to try, and there's a book club reading it. I have heard a lot of people reading that. Miss J is here. Hello. Reading Show Me the Bodies by Peter Apps about the Grenfell Tower fire. I don't know about that. Show Me the Bodies, though, I'm assuming it's about an actual event that happened. Is it horror, thriller? Is it just, is it nonfiction about those, or is it a fictionalized telling of what happened? It's food prep and house cleaning day. Oh, so those will be my sprints. Lovely. I hope that we can get some stuff done. We're about ready to go on a sprint. Katie is here. Hello, Katie. Good morning. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday as well, friend. Thanks for stopping in. Or thanks for sprinting with me if you're going to stay. And with that, we are at the end of the comments, guys. So we are going to get started. I'm going to do hour-long sprints as usual. So I hope you guys have a good first sprint, get some reading done, get some productivity done, maybe some house cleaning. If you are going to go that route, I'm going to be sitting here with Andy on my lap. I'm going to be reading some Liar's Knot. I might watch some BookTube before I start reading, but that's what I plan on doing in this first sprint. So I will see you guys in an hour. Go get something done. Sorry if the song was a little late. I still haven't found a way to attach the song to the timer. So I just have to press it whenever it goes to 0. But welcome back from your first sprint, guys. Let me know how things went, what you got done. Before I get into what I got done, I do want to go ahead and announce the scavenger hunt mystery prompt, if that's what you guys are here for. So for those of you who haven't joined us the past couple of sprints, every sprinting session that I do in the winter months, I have a mystery prompt for the Winter Wander scavenger hunt that we've got going. And so far, 2 prompts have been, right? It's just 2 prompts. I think this is the 3rd prompt, have been given. So we had a barren setting, and then we also had a winter storm being featured within the book. So those are the 2 prompts that have come out so far. And today's prompt is one that is very dear to my heart. I have a whole bunch of books that I have really enjoyed this particular thing within. And throughout the winter season, I always do, especially whenever there's bad weather, I always feel for my elderly neighbors, because I know that winter can be harsh on everyone, but specifically the elderly. And so I wanted this prompt to be you have to read a book that has an elderly main character. I'm going to leave the definition of elderly up to you. But I think that it's fitting for the season to give a shout out to some of our elderly characters. I do love an elderly protagonist. So some of the ones that came to mind immediately, last year, I actually read a book called Sipsworth, which is a contemporary book that features an elderly woman who is very lonely, and she makes friends with a mouse. And you get to live with her through a time in her life where she's struggling, and she uses this new friendship to kind of help her through a hard time. I don't think it's for everybody, but I found it lovely. So that book. And then if you want something a little bit more like lighthearted, I really enjoyed the Remarkable Retirement of Edna Fisher, which is, I can't remember who the author, I guess I didn't say the author of Sipsworth either. But the Remarkable Retirement of Edna Fisher is a chosen one fantasy book that features I think she's 83 years old. And she is told that she's the chosen one and that she has to save everyone, even though she has like no training, doesn't know what she's doing. She lives in a world that has both fantasy creatures, but then also people who don't have any magic. And she has always been in the realm of not having any magic. And so when she's told that she is the chosen one, she absolutely takes it by the horns and is like, yes, I'm going to have this adventure in life. This is going to be a fun thing. And her caretaker that lives with her in the retirement facility that she's in goes with her to try and take care of her. And he is such a warrior. I just absolutely love the book. So lots of lovely elderly characters out there. Feel free to give your own recommendations in the comments if you guys have them. But I hope that you'll have fun with this prompt, because it's definitely one of my favorite things to see. So let's see. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to do your comments first, and then I'll talk about what I got done that sprint. So I know Nesca joined us during that sprint. Hello, hello. Reading The Song Walker for the Baron prompt. Lovely. Mary read 35 pages, 26 to go. Alita listened to 7 chapters. Got a load of laundry done. Wonderful. Lots of productivity. My comments jumped. And unloaded the dishwasher. Amazing. Daniela got done with rough edits of the video, so all that's left is some nitty gritty. I love that, though, like when you get done with like all of the cutting and you're like, oh, now all I have to do is, I know it's like the detail work, but I find that more satisfying than the cutting of the things that you don't necessarily want in the video. Jen is here. Hello, Jen. I hope you are doing well this morning. I think everyone's good. We're having a productive morning, so it's been fun so far. And has about an hour and a half left of City of Stairs. Actually, City of Stairs, if you guys are reading that right now, I know that Leandra and Brittany's Patreons are reading that book, and I just think a lot of people are reading it right now. the character Mulagesh might count for this prompt, depending on how you guys are defining elderly. I know that I didn't want to say, like, I guess I could have said an older main character, but you can interpret it however you want. So that book could potentially work for this prompt. I didn't intend on that, but as you say, City of Stairs, Anne, it reminded me. Louisina read the first 2 chapters of Emily Wilde, enjoying it so far. Really like Emily's voice. I do really like Emily. I relate to her, like, being very focused, hyper-focused on her work, and not so much on the fun aspect of having people around. So I hope you continue to enjoy it. Tennille, that was a brunch and booktube sprint, physio exercises, Duolingo, and then taste tested my first chapter of The Soprano Sorceress. The music magic is very creative, and it has Ren Fairy vibe so far. It sounds lovely. And you're planning to taste test The Sheep Farmer's Daughter and maybe do a grocery pickup in the next one. Lovely. Julie rotated through your current reads. So I read 1 chapter of each of the 5 books. Oh my goodness. Is that going to be how you continue? Or was that just like how you decided what you want to stay with for the rest of the sprints? Well, good. I'm glad you liked the sprint, Kathy. You want to read Sipsworth. Oh, I hope you love it. I just thought it was lovely. I know that the storytelling vibe of that book isn't going to work for everybody because it's very much like you're living with her through very simplistic, not simplistic, that's not the right word, but like very mundane, everyday things, right? And she's just kind of telling you about her thoughts, like you're living in her brain. And so you definitely get to see some things that a lot of people, I think, would shy away from because they're like, I don't really care about your thoughts on the trash that's out on the sidewalk. But I really liked being in her head and like where her thoughts went during certain times, and her, dealing with the grief of being alone, and not being able to do things that she used to be able to do. I really liked it. So I hope you enjoy it too, Kathy. Bethany is here. Hello, sprint hopping this morning. Yes, speaking of that, Katie, I know, popped in earlier in the last chatty bit, but Katie is sprinting right now, so you guys should definitely go and say hello. I'm reading Red City today. Finished Strength of the Few last night, and I kept putting Red City down because I'm thinking about Strength of the Few. I really enjoyed Strength of the Few. I ended up DNFing Red City, but I hope that you enjoy it more than I did. It was a little bit too similar to... what's the first in the Greenbone saga? Is it Jade City? I don't know. I wanted more of the fantasy elements, I suppose. And I think there were some other reasons that I DNF'd, but I hope that you enjoy it, because I do know a lot of people who have. Is it Marie Lou? Is that who that's by? I'm pretty sure. I really want to give her, it's not Warbreaker. That's the Brandon Sanderson. Warcrossed book a try, because I've heard a lot of people love it. Daniela, one of the books that I just mentioned in the video, has a 74-year-old character, Mr. Loveman by Bernadine, is it Evaristo? Lovely. Amazing. So there we go. A recommendation. My comments jumped. What kind of reading vlogs does everyone like to watch? Trying to get back into vlogging. I like to watch themed vlogs like Shelf It or Scrap It, and are some of my favorites. I enjoy challenge vlogs. I guess I like to see the one, I'll throw this out there. The vlogs I don't necessarily enjoy are the ones where I don't get to see you finish the books. I know that some people do like weekend vlogs where you're just like sitting with them through whatever they decide to read that weekend, which means they don't necessarily finish the books. I want to see like start to finish what what you think of. And so that's one of the reasons I enjoy the challenge vlogs. But I also enjoy the creativity of the challenges that people put within the challenges. So whether or not it's reading until you get a 5-star, or what can you read in 24 hours, where they have like a timer that they have to get through, or physical TBR vlogs where you're just reading off of your shelves. I know that Kirsten does like a shop your shelves vlog. I enjoy watching. Tennille says Old Man's War. Okay, so that's by John Scalzi, right? Has an elderly character, or has elderly characters. Really liked the first half. The second half had more battles, which aren't quite my thing, but lots of people like them. My husband really enjoys that series. Or I think he enjoyed it until up to a certain point, and then he stopped reading them, but he really did like the first book. And then vlog styles and themes. I mean, I like the challenge vlogs, but let's see. I do enjoy, which I'm not good at this, but I do like seeing like people do B-roll for like different activities and things that they're doing throughout their day, which goes with the weekend vlogs. So that's why I do watch some of them because I like to see the different things that people are doing. I am not good at that because I very much do the same thing most weekends. I am a homebody, but I like seeing like if people have different activities that they're going on, if they have a little bit of B-roll. I do enjoy that. And then let's see, what other themes? I don't know that I necessarily enjoy vlogs that have all of the same type of book. I like a vlog that has some variety in it. So I don't know that I want to see like a vlog that's all about romantasy or all about sci-fi. I think I'd prefer to have a diverse set of books. That's just me, though. And The Murder at World's End is fantastic. And one of the sleuths is the family matriarch in her 80s. Lovely. I've heard great things about that. I have heard some mixed things as well, but I do know a lot of people are enjoying it. So great rec, Ian. Miss J, 60% of the way done with Show Me the Bodies. My list of people who need to go to jail is growing. I love that. Julia says Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping has a prominent elderly character, but not the main character. I think that this is the first prompt you don't immediately have one you're currently reading. I'm sorry. I couldn't give you all of them, I suppose. It does have an elderly character in it, but yeah, I will say I would like it to be a main character. Now, obviously, these are the prompts for you guys. So if you end up finding a story that has a prominent character in it, I'm not going to be too mad, but I would like it to be a main character, just because I think there's so many books out there that have some elderly main characters in them that are excellent. Too Old for This by Samantha Downing is good. Follows a retired killer who might get back in the game. Oh, interesting. I've read a couple by Samantha Downing that I didn't jive with, but I do like the idea of a retired killer. It's very fun. Jen started City of Stairs yesterday, about 28% of the way through. This morning I'm picking up a Raymond Chandler short story. Lovely. Julia, I did say City of Stairs has an older main character. I'm going to be reading that with everyone else. So maybe you're doing all the prompts based on what I'm reading. I am I'm secretly looking at your TBR and I'm like, what will work for Julia? Yeah, not elderly, middle-aged, maybe. And that's why I don't know where the cutoff is. And you can even like, obviously, in certain books to certain ages are going to be considered more elderly because of what they're doing. I know that Amina al-Sarafi, I believe, is in her 40s, which I definitely wouldn't consider elderly, but her for like that age for what she was doing in those books, like the adventure, the pirating, captaining her own ship, she was known as a character who was definitely past her prime. Same thing with like Kings of the Wild. Those characters, I can't remember how old they were, but they're definitely known as like past their prime. So as I said, you guys can define elderly however you want. I'm not going to be super picky on that. Just, I think something out of the ordinary. Obviously, I don't want a teeny bopper or like a mid-20s. main character should not be considered elderly. But I do think that there are a lot of books out there that have some elderly main characters that are just excellent, and elderly as in like 70s, 80s, 90s. I think in City of Stairs, the character I'm thinking about is Mulagesh, and I'm pretty sure she's in her 60s, which I think is like, I don't think I would consider someone in their 60s. Like my mother is in her 60s, and I don't consider that elderly, but for like what she's doing, I do think that she is considered an elderly character for her role. Julie, I think I'll keep rotating for now, having a hard time deciding what I want to read. I could not be reading like one chapter for 5 books. My brain would explode. I'm impressed, Julie. And I think it's all a matter of where you are on the age spectrum. That's true. Bethany, I'm definitely on the fence about Red City. It's a book club, but it's giving Jade City YA vibes. Yep, that's exactly how I felt about it. I really didn't enjoy Jade City. I know that I'm in the minority there. But I think that what I didn't like about it is I don't want like the mafia book vibe, like the mafia what's that called? Mafia, like rivalry vibes. Like I'm not into that, even though I do like, I like political fantasy, and like seeing people's strategies, which I do think happens in that. But I think, I don't know, there's just a different vibe with like the mafia, and with Jade City and with Red City, I don't think that there is enough magic. Like I think that the magic that was described in Jade City was really interesting, but it wasn't like really dived into. And I don't think that I think the book could have been written without it being in a fantasy world, and it probably would have been fine. So, yeah, just not for me. I hope it gets better for you though. I hope Red City catches you at some point. Julia enjoyed Jade City, but the YA vibes, meh. I'll keep it on the library list to check out for now. Yeah, give it a try. See if it's something that you'll enjoy. I don't like Samantha Downing. The exception to the rule is too old for this. Interesting. That's good to know. The one I remember from her was For Your Own Good, which was it was about a teacher who was essentially killing his own students, and you got to be in his head. And I hated him, and I don't know, it was such a downer of a book. And so I ended up DNFing that one. There was another one I read too that kind of had the same vibe. So I might give that one a try though. That does sound interesting. And Tennille, yes, Miss Marple would work perfectly. So if you guys are interested in getting into a Miss Marple, now is the time, because she definitely is an elderly main character. If you get a senior discount, maybe that could be considered. True. I guess it's different for every place though. I was going to say, what is like the cutoff for senior discounts now? Has that gone up with like retirement age or whatever? How funny. Julie says, I think it helps. I'm reading a bunch of very different books. If I was reading very similar titles, my brain might explode. Yeah, I think I read, it was the mystery, or the Sidiford mystery. What was I reading at the same time? Oh, and Magpie Murders. And so there are 2 mysteries. They're 2 murder mysteries. And Sidiford mysteries definitely Golden Age detective fiction. And then Magpie Murders was inspired by Golden Age. And reading both of those, I felt like I was like, this is not a good look for me. Like, I couldn't remember. And that was the Sidiford Mystery is a podcast read. So there were several times on the podcast where I would start to say something and I'm like, well, nope, wrong book. Like that's not the character from this book. So yeah, I'm glad that you have different reads that you're tandem reading. Bethany says, I'm going to give Jade City another chance. I enjoyed it, but was trying to rush the read, which I think made the book needed more time. Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing about like making sure that you read a book at the right time and don't rush through, because there are definitely some books that you're not going to enjoy as much if you don't give them the time that they deserve. So I'm glad that you're going to give it another chance. Tennille here, senior discounts start at $55. Interesting. was gonna say, I think for me, for our area, I think it's around 65 or like 60s. Senior discounts are all over the place depending on the vendor. It's typically around 60 to 65-ish. Yeah, that's kind of how my area is. I do think it depends on where you're at, and what specific vendor, because I know that some places, I remember my mom when she was in her late 50s said something about, I can't remember where we were, but they wanted to give her a senior discount. And she was like, excuse me. She was disgusted with it. It was very funny. Rachel says, I have Dracula on my TBR. Do old vampires count? I mean, I told you guys you can interpret elderly how you want. So I definitely feel like if it's going to be a vampire book, I would think what I want from the elderly protagonist is you guys getting some of the fact that I want you to get some of the age within the character, if that makes sense. Like I want to see them struggling with their age. And struggling with the fact that they are older, not necessarily from an internal standpoint, maybe even from like a prejudice standpoint where people think that they can't do certain things because of the fact that they are older. With vampires, like if we could see their history and the fact that they have lived so long, which has changed the way that they view the world, I think that that would count. You can get creative with it. And I got a senior discount at the grocery store once. I was flabbergasted, but wasn't going to walk away from $20 I saved. Yeah, I think we ended up going with a discount. But Julia, not letting that discount pass, I would have taken it. Yes. I think it shocked my mom because she was like, "What?" Penny from We Spread. I know that title. Okay, Ian Reed. That's why I know the title. So that would work as well. So lots of books out there for you guys. I hope that you have fun with this one. I think this is my favorite prompt. I have a couple more, and I do like the other prompts that I have, but I think this is the one that I've had the most fun with as far as finding characters that I've absolutely loved. Grandma Penny has my entire heart. It is Ian Reed. I have not read anything by him, and he's on my list. I can't remember if this was the one I wanted to start with. This is definitely one that has been on my list before, but I feel like there was another one that I was going to start with. I'm thinking of Ending Things. Was that? That's written by him, but yeah, I know We Spread has been on my list. I've definitely heard mixed things about Ian Reed. I know that there are people who have absolutely loved his stuff, and then there are a couple of people that are like, his stuff is just weird and definitely for like a specific audience. But what will I be reading for this prompt? I have not said. I am going to, so I need to check I should have done this before I made the prompts, because then I could have just made the prompts for my TBR, but I didn't. I made my prompts to fit the season. And so I don't have one planned yet. I need to look at the TBR that I have right now with what I'm reading and see if any of the books fit. So maybe I'll do that over this next sprint, and I'll let you guys know on the next chatty bit if I have a book that's already planned. So yeah, I don't have one planned at the moment. And actually we only have, this is kind of a good time to say that we only have 1 month left of the winter season, because the winter wander ends like March 22nd or something like that. So yeah, I need to get on it. So it'll definitely either be, if I have a book left on my February TBR that has an elderly character, I'll use it. But if not, there'll be an elderly character that's featured on my March TBR. The book that I'm thinking of right now is what's called The Inevitable by Daniel Hope. I don't know though if the robot character would count as an elderly character. I don't know how old he is. I haven't read the book yet, but that's the only book that I can think right now that's on my February TBR that might work. But yeah, I'll have to tell you guys. I'll have to update you guys once I find it. Murder is Announced is on my list in the next few weeks, which is a Miss Marple. Lovely. Respread is a horror novel that made you cry. I've heard mixed things about it, but I have heard good things from some people that I have similar taste to. It is very weird, very ominous, slow paced, and one or two characters mind at all the time. I love his books so far, though. That's good. I'm glad. I really want to give him a try. He's definitely on my list of things or authors to get to this year. I think it's only fair that you go through the selection struggle as well. Thanks, Rachel. I'm in it with you guys. I'm here. I will do that in the next sprint. I'll kind of look through my current TBR and then my March hopefuls and see if I can find one that absolutely has an elderly main character in it, because it's definitely something that I want to read more of, because I do typically love it, but I don't have one in mind just yet. And speaking of the next sprint, we do need to go on the next sprint. So we're going to do another hour. With this sprint, I am going to read. Oh, I guess I didn't tell you guys what I did that sprint. I read a little bit of The Liar's Knot, and then I did watch some booktubes. I watched a couple of booktube videos that I needed to catch up on. So this sprint, I will probably be off camera more than I was in the last one. I need to get some cleaning done around the house. But I will be coming back and reading The Liar's Knot for some of it as well. Does The Art of Prophecy have an older main character? Yes. I don't know if it has an older main character. That is a book I really want to read, though. So if it does, that could work. I've been trying to read that book for a long time. I have to read it physically because I don't have an audiobook for it, and it's chunky, so I keep putting it off. That would be good, though. The punched paper wrap the broken binding uses to reduce their use of bubble wrap draped over my office chair, and my cat is loving it. I do love that stuff that they use. They wrap their books so well. It's great. Every time I get a package from them, because they wrap it in that paper wrap, and then they do put like a thin layer of bubble wrap, and then they also wrap it like a present. It's very nice. I do like the broken binding. They're amazing. Well, friends, I am going to go off on my sprint. I'm going to find my elderly main character, and I will bring that back to you guys. I'm going to clean. I'm going to read. I'll see you guys in an hour. Be productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know how that sprint went for you. Before I talk about what I got up to, I want to answer the question that was posed to me at the end of the last chatty bit, which was, what book will I be reading for the elderly protagonist prompt? And I think I'm going to read Slayers of Old. It's a book I've been wanting to get to for a really long time. Or, I mean, not a really long time because it's a 2025 release, but as long as it's been out. And it's Golden Girls meets Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You have three people who were the chosen ones at one point in time and have retired. But the people who are living in the town that they retired to end up messing with some evil entities that they shouldn't be, and the chosen ones have to come out of retirement and save the world. So I think that might be the one that I choose for this prompt, if I have time. I do have some other books that I want to look at. The only reason I say if I have time is in the month of March, I already have a couple of physical reads that I'm doing, and Slayers of Old would be a physical read for me because I don't have access to the audiobook. But it is a book I've been wanting to read for a long time, and I keep putting it off because I don't have the audiobook. So I do need to get to it. So that will probably be my pick for that prompt. During that sprint, as you could tell, I was off screen for pretty much all of it. I got some house cleaning stuff done, so folded some laundry. I reorganized some of our closets and put some stuff into like little storage bins that are just like old towels, and like we just recently got like a new pack of bath towels, and we still have the old ones, and the old ones are fine. Like they're not great, but they're still like, I don't want to throw them away. Just in case we have use for them. It reminds me whenever we had our dishwasher explode on us, not really explode, but like the heat sensors around them melted and it ended up melting the water line, and we had water, like an inch of water all over our kitchen. And it was helpful to have additional towels. So I'm just going to put those into storage for safekeeping for other things. We also, we use them to bathe the dog and things like that. So they'll get use. They just don't need to be out on like our linen shelves. So got that done. I did munch on something because I have not eaten all day, and it's noon here. So next sprint will probably be a lunch sprint for me. But while I was doing that, I was reading the Songs of Legends Lost, and I am now at 11%. I did go back and reread a couple of chapters. I tried to start where I had left off, but it's been a couple of days, and so I didn't really remember what had happened. So I went back and reread the last two chapters. So that's why I'm at 11% instead of a little bit further than that. So I didn't get any further in The Liar's Knot, but I did make progress on A Song of Legends Lost. So we also had a few people who left us and a few people who joined. So Alita, thanks for sprints. Gonna go run some errands. I wish you luck. And Rachel also got off. Good night, everyone. It's 3 a.m. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Catch you on the replay. And Louisina also left off to lunch, but I'll be back. And then Jamie joined us. Hello, Jamie. Welcome. Sprint hopping from work and trying to get some reading done during the downtime. Amazing. Tennille did a grocery pickup and some sprint hopping. And Daniela got the video done. Yay, and up. It's book recs by Black authors. Lovely. Danny making good progress in Tress of the Emerald Sea. Oh, I hope you're loving it. I really enjoyed that book. That was my favorite of the secret projects. I liked that one. And The Sunlit Man actually might have been my favorite. It's between those two. It's been a minute. It might be recency biased for the Sunlit Man because I did just recently read that one. But yeah, I really enjoyed Tress. I thought it was a lot of fun. Bethany, that was a lunch sprint, trying to get the kids to a play date. Amazing. Isra, hello. Just joined in that last sprint. So I only read about 6 pages of your nonfiction. Lovely. Very curious about Slayers of Old. It looks so fun. I am too. I hope that it's great. I've been hyping it up in my head, so I hope I haven't overhyped it. I really like the premise. I love Golden Girls, so that was like a hook for me as soon as I heard that in the synopsis. But I like the idea of an older chosen one. I really enjoy seeing them have to like figure out how to approach the challenges that are brought on in a way that they can be successful with. I think it's a lot of fun. So fingers crossed, it's a good one. Julia, stupid dishes that sprint. Dishwashing and dishwasher emptying and loading, but made some tea so I can settle in for a bit. Lovely. Hey, you got the productivity out of the way, so now it's time for a little bit of a treat. You get to have some tea and read. That sounds amazing. Tanya listened to some of Split Tooth in the car. Split Tooth, is that the one that has the throat singing in it? Is that the book I'm thinking of? It has a wolf on the front cover. I've heard the audiobook for that is amazing. Let me make sure that I'm not making it up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one that has like the throat singing in it. Because it's about an indigenous community. I don't exactly know why the throat singing is in there, but I've heard good things about the audio, but I've heard the audio is creepy because of it. So I hope you enjoyed. I should have just kept reading your comment. It's by an Inuit throat singer, and the audio has some throat singing in the interlude and chapter breaks. Do you find it was it unsettling? That's what I've heard. Like that, it kind of adds to like the eerie atmosphere because of what's going on. Julie had some lunch and read one chapter of Emily Wilde. My sister's watching MASH, and it distracted me a while. My husband loved that show. That was like what he watched when he was little. He grew up, his grandma and great grandma watched him a lot, and that was one of the things that they would always have on the television. So he really enjoys it. Yeah, Bethany, I am. I talked about you earlier because of Songs of Legends Lost. I remember you commenting on that video whenever, I think it was my TBR video when I talked about reading it, that I was excited about it and that you had read it and loved it last year. So yeah, I'm only about 10% of the way in, but I'm already intrigued. There's definitely some things within the book that I am curious to find out how they come to fruition, especially the voice that Timmy is hearing. I think that that's very intriguing. Julia, old towels get rotated to cleaning towels, dog towels. Yep. I have some stashed all over for just in case. It's like truly when that happened, we didn't have enough towels. We had, we had some, but we ended up having to use like bed sheet. I was using anything that could absorb anything. So I took out some old sheets and threw them in the kitchen, and we were just mopping up water. It was quite the mess, but it ended up working out. But it is nice to have some old towels just in case. Slayers of Old, I haven't heard many reviews. One fantastic, but the premise sounds fun. Yeah, I'm curious because I also haven't heard very many people talk about it. So hopefully it will be a win. But I know that it also depends. If it does lean a lot on humor, I know that sometimes humor is just hard to write. It's always subjective, and you never know how somebody's going to read it, if they're going to get the tone of the humor. And so that could be the case with this one, because it could be potentially a funny book. Never heard of throat singing before, and it is disturbing to start with. Also, the contents are super heavy. So yeah, it might be the combo of the two. I remember, I think it was Books in Lala that I watched her vlog reading that story. And that's why I knew about the throat singing. So I don't know that will ever be one that I try just because of the content, but it is one that's always intrigued me because of the throat singing. Julie, I have distinct memories of my mom watching it while she worked from home. So very attached to the show. Aw, that's a sweet memory. Bethany, I feel like we have similar tastes in fantasy, so I'm hoping it's a win for you. I do too, Bethany. And I like it so far, so I am intrigued. It was definitely a change in writing style from, I was reading The Goblin Emperor, and so to change over from something that's very, The Goblin Emperor is just really rich in writing. It has beautiful writing. And I think that the tone of The Goblin Emperor is very slow paced and, I don't know how to describe it, but the Song of Legends Lost is definitely a different vibe of book. There's a lot of action so far as, in it, not action in the sense of, I mean, I guess we did have a battle scene within the book, but we have action as far as like there being a shipwreck in the beginning. And now Timmy has this voice in her head. We also have Janelle dealing with the ramifications of the battle that he was just in. So there's a lot of moving parts. And The Goblin Emperor was just really slow paced. So it was just a different, I had to adjust when I switched over. Read a few pages and sprint hopped for Jen. Lovely. Yeah, I hope you guys went and said hello to Katie. I forgot to do that. I need to do that in the next sprint. I hope that she's still sprinting. Isra, was The Goblin Emperor a reread or first time? It is a reread. I read it back in, gosh, it's been a minute. It was either 2023 or 2024. I can't remember. And it was a 4-star read when I first read it. I went on to read the companion series, The Cemeteries of Amalo, and absolutely loved The Cemeteries of Amalo. So I was really excited to get back into The Goblin Emperor and reread it because this is my first reread of it. And I don't know how I rated it a 4-star the first time. It's definitely a 5-star read. I really love Catherine Addison's writing and the character Maya. Ugh, he just has my heart. I love all of the like inner monologues that we have. I love the undertone of him being lonely and the conversation behind him wanting to have friends, but not knowing who he can be friends with, not only because he doesn't trust people, but also because he doesn't want to burden people with the fact that he's the emperor and, you know, who can he tell certain things to? He also has like, I don't want to spoil anything if you guys haven't read it, but it's just, the book has my heart. So I really enjoyed my reread. Jen said, I've been interested in checking out songs since Anne mentioned it. I'll see if it comes up on the mood this year. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I'm only 10% in, but I am excited to see where it goes. It's definitely piqued my interest. I'll say that. Legends is classic epic fantasy, yep, but in a unique setting, which is something I really appreciated. I've liked the little bits of magic that we've gotten so far, and Timmy's character, the voice and the mystique or the intrigue behind that character, but then also Janelle and the discussion of like the ancestors and how they fight, like how they help in battles has been interesting for sure. Jamie says, that sounds so interesting. I just added the Split Tooth audiobook to my Livy Holds. 41st in line for one copy. It'll be a while. I hope you enjoy it, Jamie. I have heard good things about it. I just don't know. I don't know that I'm quite ready for the content in the book. Lucina is back. Hello. And Isra welcomes you back. Yes. Actually, I answered your question, Lucina, while you were out as far as the book that I was going to read for an elderly protagonist. I think I'm going to pick up Slayers of Old. It's been on my TBR for a while. It's the Golden Girls meets Buffy the Vampire Slayer book that I was pretty excited about. So hopefully that one will be able to be read in March. I am going to take a look because it is a physical read and I already have a couple of physical reads that month. So I am going to take a look and see if I have something else that has an elderly protagonist that would be on audio that would maybe help me. But if not, Slayers of Old will be my pick for that. I know I have been, I've been meaning to pick it up for a while. There are so many books that I put on my TBR last year specifically. I feel like 2025 was really bad for me adding books to my TBR and then not getting to them. So I hope that in 2026, I can. I did notice with my goal of reading one physical book a month, specifically the books that I don't have access to the audio for, I have so many. I didn't realize how many books I had on that TBR that I probably should be doing more than one book a month as far as the ones on my backlist. But then, for instance, in the month of March, I forget what it's called. It's by Tessa Gratton. Let me see if I can find it. The Mercy Makers. Victoria from Victoria Masters reached out and wants to read this book. And I do think it sounds really good, but I only have access to the ebook. But yeah, it's called The Mercy Makers by Tessa Gratton. And it says, a talented heretic must decide between the pursuit of forbidden magic or ecstasy of forbidden love in the start of this captivating epic fantasy. I don't know if I want to read much more because I don't want to spoil myself for it, but it sounds really intriguing. But that's one of the books that I'm reading in March, and that wasn't on my original list of like books that I want to read physically. I feel like I'm just adding to it. I feel like I'm just taking these new TBR books that I'm interested in that I don't have access to audio, and those are taking precedence. And so I'm still not getting to my backlist books. One of the books I really want to get to this year that doesn't have an audiobook is called Remnant Population. And it has an elderly protagonist in it too. So I could read that one. It has an elderly woman who they've terraformed planets, and for whatever reason, her community is leaving the planet that she's lived on for like 40 years, and she decides to stay behind because she's like, I'm past my prime. This is my home. I don't want to leave. And so she stays by herself on this planet. And I just think it sounds interesting. It's also by Elizabeth Moon, who is an author that I've wanted to try for a while. So that one's on my list, and I could read that for an elderly protagonist as well. I have another one. Jen, it's so good. I bought it shortly after finding your channel. You did a video on comfort reads, and I think it was one of those. Is this Goblin Emperor, Jen? I love the Goblin Emperor. It's so good. I do think that it's definitely a comfort for me. It is. I was reading it while I was at work during kind of a stressful day. And I remember like just having this moment of like peace as I'm reading, even though, you know, there are things going on in the book that are scary for Maya. The fact that he's taken over this kingdom and he has no information regarding how to run it, but like just his thought process of like really wanting to be the best emperor that he can be and being fair. He has some really terrible people that he had in his life, and the new people that are terrible to him as well because of the fact that he's in this position now to no fault of his own. In the thought process that he goes through of not being spiteful. I don't know. There's so many things to love about the book. It's definitely a comfort read. Anne just got out of the shower. Less than 1 hour left in City of Stairs. You'll have to let me know, Anne, if you like. I don't know if you would go like immediately into book 2. I don't know how Brittany and Leandra are doing that as far as like, are you guys reading the whole series together? Or are you guys just reading? I haven't been listening to what the plan is for that because City of Blades is so good. I enjoyed Remnant Population. It's a slower paced. Bethany, I now I want to read that one too. So many books, so little time. Jen, it looks like you've removed / privated a bunch of your old videos. Yeah, I did go through and what did I do? I think I made them private. I didn't delete them. I just made them private. I was just trying to clear out some of the clutter. And so I think I might have gone a little bit too far. I probably should put some of them back up, but I don't know. I just, one day I was like, I think I had like 600 and something videos, maybe a little bit more than that. And maybe I had over 700 videos. And I was like, I don't know. And so I had to go in and make a whole bunch of them private. And that one would have been back. Like, I'm pretty sure I read it in 2023. It was 2023 or 2024. I can't remember. Tennille says, The Sheep Farmer's Daughter that I'm trying next is by Elizabeth Moon. Oh, goodness. It's the Dead of... Paxenarian trilogy, maybe. They talk about potentially reading the next 2 books together, but further discussion required on timing. That makes sense. Oh, I hope you guys love it. I love the Divine Cities. I love Robert Jackson Bennett in general. I've never read a book by Robert Jackson Bennett that I didn't like, but it's great. Right, I'm trying to read less, but so many books. Bethany, I relate so hard to that comment. I have really been trying to prevent myself from putting more books on my TBR, like making my TBRs for the month bigger because of the fact that I am behind. The fact that right now I'm averaging 8 books a month. I'm like, it's fine. Like, I just need to, and I'm enjoying most of my reads. I think my average right now for my rating is like a 4.04. So I think what I'm doing is working. I think I'm being impatient because of how I used to read. And so it's definitely a change in mindset to like slow down and make sure that I'm being mindful of the books that I pick up, but also just taking time to chill out. Like, it doesn't need to be a race. But there are so many books. There's no set plan for City of Stairs. The book club is reading book 1, and then we'll see how everyone feels. Yeah, that makes sense. I hope you guys, I know that it's difficult, like in a book club, especially if everyone doesn't like it, to figure out, do we continue with this? Because then people aren't going to want to stay with the book club, but I hope you guys love it. I love how Maya has the center of kindness in that book. Yes. Even when there are people he doesn't like or people who treat him poorly, he does his best to do the right thing. It's so comforting. It is. And it's just refreshing to have, especially since he's only 18. The conversations that he has with his like nephew, Idra, around like not wanting to be rivals and wanting to be family. Even with Setharus, the really horrible human being, and the conversations he has with Setharus's wife, and trying to be fair and not give Setharus what he deserves, and try and still give him a position that he can do good for the Empire. I love it. It's such a great book. And I hope that Catherine Addison continues with it. I don't necessarily know if she's going to continue with like the Thara. I know the Cemeteries of Amalur with Thara Kelleher is done, but I don't know if we're going to go back to the world at some point in time. I want to read The Orb of Caradu this year, which is set in the same world, but I've heard that it's not as good. So we'll see. We'll find out. Ance is not sure what the group plan is, but I'll probably start City of Blades next month. I hope you love it. Reading all the things. Must avoid real media for my mental health. Ain't that the truth? How are you doing on picking up physical reads? So I've made my goal so far. So I've already read a book physically this month. I read Talon Sister physically last month. I feel like there's another book that I read physically. It's not coming to mind, but I've met my goal of 1 book a month. I feel like I've read those 3 or 4 books so far this year. Oh, Ancillary Justice. I read immersively, but it still took me longer because of the fact that I was reading it at a slower pace with my physical book. And then I have The Inevitable that I'm still wanting to get to this month. That will be a physical read. And then I'm reading The Liar's Knot, will be an immersive read. So those will take me a little bit longer. So, but yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I definitely think it's slowed down my reading quite a bit. And I definitely have to make sure that I'm making time with the book that I just finished physically, which is Rosemary and Rue. It took me a while. I had to like plan out like, okay, I'm going to read this many pages this day, just because I read it during the week. But yeah. I'm waiting on your hold for the Goblin Emperor. Can't wait to get to it. Kathy, I hope you love it. Jen says, Orb was good for what it was, but the main character didn't have the same heart as Maya and Thala Kelleher. Good to know. But it's short, so a quick, enjoyable visit to the same world. That's exciting. I have heard that it's not as good, and I did know that it was shorter. I think, is it part of a series, or was it just a novella that she ended up writing? I can't remember. But yeah, I am excited to get back to it. And I hope beyond hope that she continues with Thara Kelleher and like that type of story within. I would even be like, I'd be good if we went back to Maya, because I know that, okay, it's a one-off short story. I know that the Goblin Emperor has a series name. I can't remember what it is, but it doesn't have any other books in that series. And then you have the Cemeteries of Amalur, which is the trilogy. So I don't know if Catherine Addison's plan is to go back to the, I can't remember the city that Maya ends up, or the kingdom that Maya ends up taking over. But I don't know if we go back to Maya eventually, which I would be happy with, or if we do something else within that world. I just want more of that world because it's fantastic. So anyway, guys, we are ready for our third and final sprint. So we're going to do another hour and then come back for a chatty bit. I am probably going to finish a couple of things cleaning wise, and then I'll come back in here and finish out with the Liar's Knot. So I'm going to finish the chapter I'm on right now with the songs of Legends Lost, and then I'll be back with the Liar's Knot. So, and I'll need to eat some lunch. So I'll probably listen to the Song of Legends Lost while I'm eating lunch, but I will see you guys in an hour. Go be productive. Hello, welcome back. Sorry, got a frog in my throat. Let me know how you guys did that last sprint, what you got up to, what you're going to do for the rest of the day, since I will be leaving you. I do know that I think Katie is still sprinting. So if you guys are looking for somewhere else to go, you can go and join her. And I'm sure that there are other people online at this moment in time as well. But I ate some food. I ended up having some spaghetti for lunch, and I did just a little bit more cleaning around the house. I finished vacuuming in this room, which I originally didn't do because Andy was cuddled up and he is afraid of the vacuum cleaner. So I waited until he left in order to vacuum my office. And then after that, so I guess I should say where I got to in Songs of Legends Lost. I got to 14% in Songs of Legends Lost, and then I am currently at 5% in the Mask of Mirrors, or not the Mask of Mirrors, the Liar's Knot. I do think I might reread what I've already read, because I went back and was re-listening to the recap video that I did, and I forgot about how detailed I was in the summary. And so I need to be taking notes as I'm reading. I've only read one and a half chapters in the prologue, but I still feel like I need to be taking some notes to give you guys the summary that the book deserves. So I will probably do that within the coming weeks. I'm hoping that I will finish this book. I have the audiobook for another 2 weeks. So my goal is to finish it within those 2 weeks. But yeah, so that's what I got done. The rest of the evening for me, I am going to be, I need to hop in the shower, and we're going to go over to a friend's house to go out to eat for just a celebration of her husband's birthday, which has already passed, but we're going out later in time, just to have a nice dinner with some friends. So that's what I'm going to do for the rest of the evening. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Let's see what you guys got up to. I know Louisina left us to go and take a nap. I hope you have a lovely nap. Leander joined us. Hello, friend. Bethany got books picked up at the library and the bookstore, and now you are in line at the car wash listening to Royal Assassin as a reread. Royal Assassin, is that the third book in the Farseer trilogy? I think. I'm pretty sure maybe I'm thinking of the wrong series. There's another series that has similar titles to the Farseer, but I'm pretty sure that's book number 3. Oh, it's Farseer 2. Okay. I hope you're enjoying your reread. That's very exciting. Daniela got dinner done. Quinoa salad with black bean and a peanut butter sauce. That sounds delicious. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you got some stuff done. Tennille sprint hopped, cooked some eggs, and read the first little bit of The Sheep Farmer's Daughter. Lovely. Yeah, Julie, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Kathy, thanks for sprints. 30 more pages to go in Project Hail Mary. Oh my goodness, you're so close. We'll finish today. Have a great week, everyone. And Tennille said, I think I'll like both The Soprano Sorceress and The Sheep Farmer's Daughter, but I don't think either fit my weird mood right now. Maybe I'll try, Birth of Dynasty. That one's on my list, Tennille. You'll have to let me know what you think of it, because I think that's another one I'm going to have to read physically, because my library doesn't have anything other than the ebook. So you'll have to let me know if you enjoy it. Or maybe I should switch to Murderbot. I mean, Murderbot's a good option because they're short. So, and it's a reread. So like, it's not like you have to acclimate yourself to the world or the writing style. I don't hate that option. Jen is nearly done with your short story. Yay. Once I finish, I'll clean up and go out to the ballet for the afternoon. That sounds lovely. I hope you have a good time. Bethany, I need to at least start working on our taxes while the kids are out. I wish you luck, friend. It's never a fun moment. It's the middle book, but correct series. Okay. I do think out of that series, you'll have to let me know what was your favorite, because I do think the ending of that series is my favorite. I need to continue on with the Fitz books. Issa read a few chapters, but spent most of that sprint hunting for my scavenger hunt book. I love it. I think I might go with the Autumn Springs Retirement Home Massacre. I've heard good things about this. Let's see. What is the The what springs? The autumn springs. Is this the Lazy Bones? Is that one? No, I'm thinking of the wrong series. By Philip Fracassi, maybe? It's a horror mystery, brimming with dark humor and violence and mystery. I have heard a couple of people talking about this. I hope you enjoy it. It looks fun. I don't know if fun is the right way to describe that book, but I hope you enjoy it. Bethany, also one of the books I picked up was Mad Ship, The Middle of Life Ship Traders, Loving the Realm of Elderlings this year. I love that. It's kind of fun to be able to pick up books that are all like within the same world. I love it when authors take the time to create a universe of their own. I don't know if that's what I would call it, but how fun. The Sheep Farmer's Daughter involves sheep farming for only a page, so I can see how the title would be misleading. Oh no. Maybe it'll get back into it? Maybe? I'm assuming you would know, though, if it completely goes away from it. Huh, interesting. I really enjoyed the end of the Farseer trilogy, but I do think that Royal Assassin was overall your best book. I just really remember liking how everything wrapped up at the end. I haven't read that series, though, in so long, because it took me, I'm pretty sure all last year, I was trying to read the Live Ship Trader series, and I still haven't gotten through the first book. So it's been a minute. I might need to reread that series before I continue, because I do think I might skip the Live Ship Trader and go to the next Fitz books, but we shall see. Isra, it seemed like it might be good fun. I definitely bought it on a whim. Well, I hope that it was a good purchase. To Neil, I have no need of sheep farming content. It depends on what would it do within the story for me? Because I really did, I enjoyed Three Bags Full. And I enjoyed, the Big Bad Wolf. There's a moment where, the sheep herder ends up having to shear the sheep, I think is what you would say. And it is funny to see. I do enjoy the content depending on the context of how it's put into the story. My first job involved DNA testing thousands of sheep to see if they were scrapie resistant, which is mad cow disease, but for sheep. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I could see not wanting to have a lot of sheep farming content in your books. Live Ship is a really different style than the Fitz books, but I really did love the first book once I oriented myself. Yeah, I think I need to try it again, and I probably need to try it again on audio, because I was reading it as a Kindle book, and I read those too slow, and I think that book is already too slow, or not too slow, but I think it's already slow because of how large it is, and I just was bored. And I kept having to force myself to pick it up in the evening. So, and originally when I tried it on audio, I just wasn't understanding what we were doing in the story. And I do think I have more experience now reading audiobooks. I think I would probably be okay with the audio. Tennille, I'm also allergic to lanolin, which is in sheep's wool. Sheep are fine, but at a distance. Yeah, farm animals for me, it's cool to look at them. I don't need to interact with them at all. I'm good with my cats and my dogs. Definitely farm animals are too much maintenance for me. And I know nothing about them, so I am sure that I would end up being more harm than good in their eyes. I immersion read Hob. It definitely helped. And it's not a read at night book for sure. Yeah. I just kept falling asleep, and I wasn't a big fan. I mean, I know everybody hates Kyle. You're supposed to hate Kyle, but I don't really think I was a big fan of the main female character either that we were following. I'm pretty sure, the one who her father is the one who passes. But once again, it might have just been why it might have been because of how I was reading the story. There are literally sheep on the university farm across the street. You can watch from afar. That's all you need. I love that. Well, my friends, it is time for me to get off here and to get on with my Sunday, but I really want to thank you guys for being here. It's always a blast to hang out with you guys on the weekends, so I appreciate it, and I hope that you have fun with the new prompt, the elderly protagonist, and that you guys are able to find some good reads. Give me some recommendations, because it's definitely a trope that I enjoy, if you can call it a trope. So thank you guys so much for being here. We had a couple more comments come in. Also worked in food science for a while, and that involves a lot of crops, seafood, and farm animals. Yeah, definitely probably not wanting to mix that with your reads. It's always fun to get away from what you have in real life in your books. Bethany totally fell asleep constantly the first time you read it. Oh my goodness. You're thinking of, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is it Althea? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of her, I remember, as I was reading, but we shall see if I try it again, if I have more of an appreciation for her character. Jen, thanks as always for sprints. Yeah, thanks for being here. Hope everyone has a good week. Isra, thank you for being here. Tennille, thanks. Bethany, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, guys. I hope you have a good weekend, and I will see you later. Bye.